Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the SRE Team Le Mans broadcast. We're now with Team A, and we're on board with Ilham Labi coming through Tete Rouge. He's going to take you on a drive through the countryside qualifying. The country is France, and the drive is going to be done at about 180 to 190 miles an hour. So do strap yourselves in. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic race coming up very, very shortly indeed. But first, we've got to qualify. Ilham Labi is now out on the track. Also out on the track is our Team B driver, Melvin. How are you doing? Yeah, he's probably trying to do a lap time right now. So basically, this is the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans. We've got the morning start time. So we'll be in with all the Aussies and all the other guys who will be starting earlier. Later on in the evening, we'll also have a 9 p.m. start time, Malaysian time, roughly 4 p.m. in Europe when Le Mans would traditionally start. As we see him coming into the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. Back on Le Unondier, aka the Mulsanne straight. Coming into Mulsanne corner. The real trick right now is to try and get the fastest lap time you can without putting too much stress on the car, putting too much damage, and most importantly, not putting too much stress on yourself, because there is 24 hours to improve position if needed.
Ready.
Now on to the straight leading up to Indianapolis, one of the fastest parts of the course. You'll see inside these GT cars you have a lot of things going on. You've got the multifunction display right directly ahead of Ilham Labi, the multifunction steering wheel, which not only controls the displays but all the safety systems in the car and all the technical settings that they can be changed. To the right of the screen you'll see the rear view camera, which is mandatory at GT events now, to try and spot the prototypes coming from behind. As you can see there, he is absolutely trying his hardest to get a good lap time. You're only really, despite being a 25-minute qualifying session, Ilham Labi only really has about 4 laps to try and get a good lap time. And that's because of the length of the track. It's almost 14 kilometers long. So see him sweep through the Porsche curves. Coming up into Maison Blanche, you can actually see the white buildings on the right there. It's Ducati. And now coming up into Ford chicane. So we are right now riding on board with SRE Team A. We've got 2 teams now entered for Le Mans. We've got SRE Team A driving the Ferrari 488 GTE, and we also have Team B driving the BMW M8 as well. They'll be in a separate split, so perhaps fairly soon we'll be able to see them bomb down the Mulsanne straight later on this evening. So do stay tuned to Adrenaline Impact for more coverage of the SRE team at Le Mans. Qualifying session here, sort of taking place of the warm-up session pretty much on race day. It's going to be fairly important to get a good qualifying time. Try and get yourself as far ahead in the field as possible, just so that you can avoid any first lap incidents. And danger spots is going to be the Dunlop curves, Tete Rouge, and the first chicane. By then, hopefully, the crowd, the usual first lap crowd, would have dispersed by the time they get to the second chicane and up to into Indianapolis at the far end of the course. Yep. Well, he had a rolling start into the first lap, so unless they give you a slightly longer outlap. I'm guessing that's probably what they've done actually. The longer outlap. I put teeth back in. Yeah.
All of them are running 320s, 321s.
That would be
They have
in the
not done. These timings are not yet yet average right now.
the average time, because I believe it's 321 would be GT car territory. An average time around here, the 321 by Hemi there would be for sports prototype.
Okay, here's
So an LMP1 car hybrid, and these are the fastest cars at Le Mans. They put out somewhere in the region of a combined horsepower of 1300, depending on how much obviously they deploy. They're usually using around 8 to 900 horsepower. And they're very, very light, and perhaps the cars with the highest amount of downforce anywhere in any racing series. So Hikaru Suzuhemi now has the fastest time, or he did have the fastest time, but Blackburn's beaten him, 320.618. Tyler Blackburn in the Porsche LMP1 car, 918. You can see how much slicker the Porsche looks compared to the Audi. The Porsche relies heavily on underfloor aerodynamics. It's got a form of ground effect coming off the front splitter, which really helps these cars to lap the track quicker than any Formula One car would be reasonably expected to, simply because of the long straights.
okay. The class marked in blue is the second class is LMP2.
Yes, so John Martin, he's actually, I believe, a real-life racing driver, actually. Who does endurance racing, so it's nice to see that name up there. Yep, John Martin from Australia.
I think his class is only limited to HPD.
Yeah, that's the only cars right now, I believe, eligible for LMP2 in iRacing. Yep, that'll be the GTE Pro cars. So effectively, we have 3 cars out on track. That's Ilham Labi there. He's done his lap. He's down in 31st position. He's only a quarter of a second behind, which is good. I believe Jan is first in class.
Let's
So
see. That's interval time. Let's see the best time.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
So that is 352.4. That's a fairly good qualifying time there. Ilham's doing 353. The important thing here is to try and be as far ahead in your class as possible, but it's not a big problem if you start at the back of the field here at Le Mans. Starting position isn't too important for anything other than first lap, simply because at Le Mans you have 24 hours to make up the positions, and generally speaking, you'll be able to make up the difference between pole and the back of the grid in about 3 or 4 hours, if you're quick enough. So there we have it. Ilham 31st overall. I believe that makes him 6th in class, which is very good
Class
going.
leader is right now is David
Yeah,
John.
David.
David Jan.
Yep. David Jan.
David Jan. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a 352.4. That's a very quick lap time. He's in the Porsche. Yep. That's actually not too bad. Considering a lot of the times the guys who are qualifying, some of them want to have the prestige of pole or pole in class here at Le Mans. But like I said, there's no real special prizes for it or anything like that. It's really at the end of the 24 hours when you really have to worry about your starting positions. But David Jan in pole position for the GTE class, followed by Leonardo Montero. in second position. We have McLaughlin in third, followed by Imagawa D. Sakido, and I believe Ilham is just below that. He would have just been supplanted by Ratu. Coincidentally, check out that 28th place car. Hugh McLaughlin. So that's... I'm pretty sure that is the Hugh McLaughlin I know.
He's from Australia, New Zealand.
Australia. So I'm sure Scotty would be in the later race, perhaps. You can see there's the pace livery on the car. So yeah, that's Hugh McLaughlin. I don't know if they're actually... not that many compared to what will be at 9 p.m. A lot of the guys here would be endurance drivers, and a lot of sim guys who specialize in endurance racing. So far as I just bring up the timing screens we have set up,
Okay, we have
Tyler
Dom.
Black...
We have Dominic in the server, Discord server. Hi Dom, are you there?
Yes.
So how was practice?
It's good. Not too bad.
Okay, and Ilham managed a 353.
Yes, 353.
That leaves your positions now in class is I think is nombor berapa tadi ya?
No, now we are
It
11.
was 6th, but it's dropped down to 11th again.
Yeah.
So yeah, any hopes and expectations for this split? Because it looks to be a quick one.
Of course, for me, I think I would just be, it was my first time, so for me, just experience. I think Ilhan and Jazlyn, they all were quick in the practice on Wednesday. I think they were aiming in 51, so ideally they can be in the top 5 easily.
Yeah, I mean the most important thing is to be able to lap consistently at that time, as you know, and also try and keep the nose clean throughout the race.
Yeah, correct. No mistakes. It's a long race.
Yeah, keep the car out the pits and make sure you don't get into too many silly mistakes. I mean, the main thing is it is an endurance race in more ways than one. What do you think is going to be the hardest thing, especially going into night?
I think quite okay, but some part of the tracks is very easy to get the shortcut penalty, so I have to be careful with that. If you get it full times a lap,
Yeah.
so you cannot take on a half car to the curb. To be Jazlyn first. KJ, yes. Yes, I think they're all in already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm not sure whether the POP is the same as our practice, but I think JJ managed a 51 as well on the practice.
Yeah. I mean, there was a bit of a rumor that the Ferraris will BOP a little bit heavier for the race this time around. I believe it was 20 kilos of ballast, but the most important thing to remember is that the cars are BOP'd for the race as opposed to qualifying. So you do get at Le Mans quite often one team will have an amazing advantage during qualifying. So it's important to be as far ahead of the class as you can be, but as you can get. But I don't think it's going to be that important to go through the race, because the BOP theoretically will cancel all the advantage they had during qualifying out. So if you guys watched any of the previous streams from the 24 Hours of Le Mans,
watching the live stream, please comment. We have a very like
Yeah.
outdoor weather there in Kuchai.
The Putra Heights, I can report, very cloudy, very muggy. It's just been raining. There'll be slippery conditions out there for anybody deciding to head out to work. So, for many guys from the Stubang area, do stay safe on the roads. And yeah, hopefully enjoy.
Our cars are moving again.
So here we have,
Another hot lap.
yeah, it looks like the game plan for Ilham Labi is to just get one lap out of the way, safety, so that he has officially qualified into the race, 11th place. That's pretty good. That means you're safe and you're in. And now he's got basically a free lap or two, maybe, perhaps, to try and improve that lap time. Here, more than ever, you really want to get that banker lap in, just to make sure that you've done enough to qualify for the race, and then you try and go and improve your position, because otherwise, if you try and leave everything too late, you end up with a situation like Charles Leclerc has found himself on several occasions last season in Formula 1, where he was just too late to get out of the pits, too late to get everything done. Luckily, as I understand it, it's single car qualifying. So, or at least I haven't seen any cars around Ilham Labi's car, which makes things a lot easier. Qualifying at Le Mans is almost like trying to qualify on the Franklin Highway in New York. It's absolutely chock-a-block full of traffic. Very, very tricky indeed to try and get a good lap time around here. Things are eased a little bit because the qualifying session is only 25 minutes long, single car. You can sort of take your time and look at the timing screens and not have to worry about the traffic. And it looks like Ilham Labi has decided not to carry on with that. So right now he's down in 39th position, which is still okay for class. We just got to be very, very careful going through the Dunlop curves and Tête Rouge. Yeah, 5 more minutes to go before qualifying finishes and the field lines up.
Let's see the LMP1 cars that's active right now.
We've only got two prototypes out there now. The LMP2 cars, the Acura HPD.
Yeah, this is we've got Trudeau, and we've got
Yep. McWhirter.
Whither.
Time McWhirter from America there, 338.9. That goes to show the difference in speeds these guys are going to be experiencing throughout the race. The prototypes tend to take the Porsche curves and the Dunlop curve sections, or S10 a lot faster than the GT cars. So those are going to be the danger areas for lapping. And when these prototypes go past, it's absolutely amazing. They make these €500,000 GTE cars look like a Proton Wira on the highway when they go past. It's amazing to watch. Just the difference in performance. So much so that the 919, when they retired the car, Porsche built a special version that didn't have the aerodynamic limitations, and on the front end of the car that was placed on them by ACO. And they took the restrictors off and got the unofficial lap record at Spa, beating the Formula 1 cars. So that's how fast they are, and David Yan here will be doing very well for himself if he can avoid them. Simply just getting out the way can be tricky. Now the principle at Le Mans usually is the GT cars hold their line whilst the faster cars overtake, although sometimes situations mean that that can go out the window very quickly indeed. Here coming up to Indianapolis, you can see the inputs there. The Porsche, a very special car to drive around here. It's the mid-engine model, I believe. So Porsche now have a 911 GT3 that actually has the engine in front of the rear wheels, as opposed to the road cars which have the engine behind it. They do it for aerodynamic reasons. So the GTE cars are definitely the most advanced GT cars anywhere in the world. The amount of electronics and telemetry that these cars can use and deliver to the driver and the team engineers is quite staggering. Meantime, we have all the prototypes have decided not to go out on track, apart from McWhirter, who I don't know if he's still on the side of the track. But Jan there still...
Yeah, he's still inside the track.
Yeah, he's still on the side of the track there. He just hasn't gone into the pits yet.
Quick smoke.
23 minutes and 42 seconds have passed in qualifying of the 25 minutes.
Yeah, all of them are taking a break.
Yeah.
And other...
I think we won't see too much difference in... We won't see too much difference in position now from now to the end of qualifying in a minute's time, I think. Yeah, I think for this split, Swinbanks will be in first, followed by Blackburn, Gomez, Hemi, Kajitani, Andrek, Sweeney, Whiting, Skilbeck, Dean, Stockett, and K. That's your LMP1 runners. And our car will be down in 39th position, which is not the worst. I believe there are 55 starters in this race. So he is hopefully far enough ahead to avoid driving into any carnage.
We're waiting for Jazrin Jali to enter the car. So best of luck to them. And we'll be grading up very soon.
Yep. 5 seconds to go to the end of qualifying.
Testing 1. Oh yeah, my voice is quite low for the broadcast. Yesterday we had a big mishap on audio. Matt tak ada terus habis.
It's the static from my hair. So there we have it. The guys will line up after Arnage.
Testing 1, 2. Toast. Toast. Mission Impossible sikit Toast.
Yeah.
Okay, they are grading. Let's see.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys. Stay safe. Keep your nose clean.
Board. Good luck, guys. So
now that's going to be...
Oh man, what happened?
That's going to be the most critical thing here at the start, is making sure you get a clean start and just avoiding any incidents up ahead. The prototypes will inevitably start off with the Le Mans Grand Prix shenanigans, trying to pass each other like it's a sprint race. And realistically, the best thing to do is to try and keep out of the pits. One of the traditions at Le Mans is the fact that for the first hour of the race, you're not allowed to change any consumables on the car. This harkens back to the 60s when it used to be car preparation wasn't at the level it was now, so it was a real challenge to make sure the car ran perfectly for the first 1 or 2 hours of the race. James Swinbanks there in pole position in the Porsche, with that mean black and purple livery there, sitting next to Blackburn in another Porsche. The Porsches are looking to be very, very quick around here. You see the Toyota, Tyler Blackburn in the second Porsche. We've got Christopher Gomez. He is...
Okay, daripada nama turun soon. Let's go back to, let's see,
Jazrin Jali.
Class leader for qualifying, Leandro Monteiro from Brazil.
So now the cars begin to head off If this was the real life broadcast, you'll begin to hear some of the unique orchestral music that they use to denote the start of Le Mans 24 Hour, which they've used since the 80s, Sprap Zerata, aka the theme tune from A Space Odyssey. We see there David Yan along with Leandro Montero in the front row of the field, Del Rocca and McLaughlin in the second row. And we have Jezrin Jali, our man in the Ferrari, down in 42nd position, 42nd, oh, that row. We have a Milo car next to us, McKellar.
In practice, did somebody spotted a KFC here in Le Mans?
Yeah. Generally speaking, iRacing sort of is quite proactive in letting you know that you shouldn't use brands that you don't have the rights to, but sometimes you see someone sneak one in.
It's officially on the track side.
Oh yeah,
So
on the track side here, yes.
KFC is officially supporting, sponsoring the Mans track. I don't know. Or in reality, is there? I don't know.
There's two. If I remember correctly,
the KFC is there.
Yeah, there's two restaurants, fast food restaurants on site at Le Mans for the fans and for the team members. So I believe KFC is actually one of them, and they're actually integrated into the pits along with a.
Hey, we are going green.
So get ready to go, guys.
Okay, good luck, Team B.
And we are away. That's how big the field is. The prototypes are at the start-finish straight. Now we've got a race to the start-finish straight here through SD Karting. Now Jezrin Jali is coming up into the Ford chicane. It's all nice and neat and even right now. The comments down there, Team B? Nah, Team A, baby. Jezrin Jali there, now hot on the tail of Sekido. He's going to be pushing as hard as he can to try and make sure he still has the draft coming up into Mulsanne Straight. We've got a car off there on the first of the Dunlop curves, but so far not that much wreckage. They've managed to get away nice and clean. That's going to be critical. But one of the guys there in the comment section below, all the best guys, thanks a lot. Now we go on board with Jezrin. He's now chasing that fantastic looking Ford GT up ahead onto the Mulsanne Straight. Now the nerves are going to be as high as they'll ever be at a start of an endurance race. You can see the cars going 4-5 wide. Very dangerous times indeed. But Jezrin Jali has quite a bit of experience in endurance racing. He's going to be very wary of the dive bombs. As Thornhill makes his way past. It looks like Jezrin Jali will be able to make his way past Thornhill again into the second chicane, should he choose to do so. Don't worry too much about the blinking. That's just the usual Le Mans start here, where the ping shoots off through the roof.
And high traffic in iRacing server also, I think.
Yeah. The servers for iRacing would be pinged back basically to maximum during the Indy 500 and the 24-hour Le Mans, the two biggest races in the sim racing calendar for iRacing. So sometimes you do get the odd glitch once in a while. But so far so good. Again, we see there Jezrin has managed to get past McKellar. Montoya behind him. Up ahead Sekido in the GT40. Starting to get into a bit of a rhythm now, but you still have to be absolutely wary of any incidents that could possibly happen. Now he's coming up into the one of the trickiest points of the track. Indy 1 and Indy 2, named after the banking. The camber of the road is quite pronounced here. The rest of the track is pretty flat. Now through Arnage, literally a right-hand junction to lead on to the final straight in the lap. Gonna keep the car going here.
I think for the first driver, they estimated for 55 minutes time, 55 minutes drive.
Yep, they're looking at a 17-lap stint for these Ferraris, which roughly equates to a 55-minute stint time. Some of the drivers will be double stinting or triple stinting. I'm not sure what the official SRE team line is. I believe they're going to just single stint, according to the schedule. And we have a comment there in the sim racing enthusiast group. iRacing is now using up almost 12 gigabytes of RAM on one of the drivers there. That's going to be big oof. The amount of data that needs to be processed in order to race at Le Mans with this level of graphics and this level of competitors out there is pretty high indeed. So now he goes through the Dunlop curve, underneath the Dunlop bridge, through S de la Foyette, or Forest S's. Coming out onto the straight again, still following Sakito there, only half a second behind, through Tête Rouge. This used to be a single right-hander, virtually 90 degrees like Arnage, straight into that barrier there. They changed it in the 80s just to make it a little bit safer for competitors. You can see how long the Mulsanne straight is. It used to be flat out all the way from this point to the other side of the track, but that was a bit too dangerous, so they added the chicanes in. Coming into the
cars braking so bad?
There will be the ping latency. Perhaps there's a lot of traffic on the server, not just in terms of competitors, but in terms of spectators and crew chiefs as well.
Yeah, hope everything goes well.
Yeah, the drivers, the top drivers, would generally tend to have spotters as well. Not just the iRacing spotter, but an actual human spotter watching the action as well, just to try and keep everyone safe. Generally in the first few hours, that's when they're really critical, and near the end as well. But the main thing now is to get into a rhythm and try to keep your nose clean at this early part of the race. Get into a rhythm and get into a position where you're comfortable with the car before you get into traffic, which in the case of these GTE cars will be cars coming up from behind.
So you can see from the overlays data, we see lots of Class A drivers.
Yep. This is the top split, I believe.
Yeah.
So there you can see it's basically a field full of A-class drivers. I see some. Yeah. I see some guys there with McKellar there, 5.2k iRating points. That's he's been around for a while. The lowest you see out there is a C-class, Delaney in the LMP1 car. But there you can see everyone's actually gotten away with it quite a clean race so far. Jesry now has moved up from 42nd to 39th position just by avoiding any incidents on track and making sure you get past cars decisively. That's the real key to overtaking here at Le Mans, is just being decisive. Make sure you pick your line early and getting through the corner with enough space to be able to get through anything. Now through the Porsche curves there, and a section they call S du Karting, and that's simply because the Le Mans karting track is next to there. Maison Blanche. Used to be a White House on the corner there. It's now brown. And now through the famous Ford chicane. It's actually a set of 2 chicanes there just to try and slow the cars down. It used to be very, very quick coming into this section. Straight almost as long as the Indianapolis straight. Coming into the pit lane area, which was a little bit dangerous, so they added that back in the 60s to try and slow the cars down before they entered the start-finish straight. Into the modern Dunlop curves, which is basically almost a chicane. It used to be almost flat out initially. Went down the hill into Es de la Foret, which was traditionally turns 2 at 3 at Le Mans, but obviously there's more turns to it now. Again, following Sakito, making sure he's getting his braking points down. It's rhythm now more than anything else. He's got to pull off these 17 laps as consistently as he can to try and make sure he keeps up with the pace. He's dropped down a little bit as he's gone through Tête Rouge and onto the Mulsanne straight. You can see that iconic view from the nose of the car, reminiscent of the film Le Mans, starring Steve McQueen back in the day. Tearing through the Mulsanne scenery. The South region of France, a very picturesque area, but one that's very often has pretty wild temperature swings. Coming up to the second chicane, this is where if it was rainy you'd be in trouble because the track is so big. Very, very often you have weather at one end of the track that's completely different to the other end. So quite often it starts raining at Mulsanne, and you have to drive through there using slicks because if you try wets, you're going to wear them out too quickly. But it does make for a treacherous race. So far, Jezrin Jelly is getting closer and closer. We have Sakito has overtaken. Now, Jezrin is now following Thornhill, and it looks like he's going to be very close indeed. Again, drafting is going to be super important when it comes to overtaking here at Le Mans, and risk mitigation as well. And the first 10 laps are over. In real life, this means that the mechanics can now clear the mechanics have now cleared the area of the starting of the pit boxes, ready for any servicing that may be required, any emergencies. In the virtual world, you don't have to worry about hanging on around at the pits too often. But yeah, at Le Mans, it's definitely a case of just keep going. Now, the other factor that Jezrin is going to have to worry about now also is the fact that if you run too long in dirty air, you're going to start having problems here. In iRacing, there is quite a good aerodynamic simulation as well. The draft helps you down the straights, but in the corners it can be a bit of a problem because you lose downforce when you have a draft. When you start to burn the tyres up a little bit, you'd ask a bit more of the tyres than you usually would. And that's going to be a factor for Jezrin to worry about as he goes through his first stint. But remarkably, it's a very clean race at the back here. Usually at Le Mans, even at the top splits, you do have the odd incident, the odd bit of over-exuberance. As you can see there, some of the drivers really using the pit lane entry to try and turn the car into the Ford chicane. Onto the gravel there, if you don't want to do that too often. Onto the start-finish straight. If pieces of road could tell stories, the start-finish straight could tell a lot. From 1923, where a lap around the Le Mans circuit took almost a quarter of an hour, to 1955, when rather tragically Mercedes had to pull out of motor racing after the big incident that sent a car into the crowds here. This was the start of barriers placed on the side of the track to try and control spectators. In the 60s, we had the famous battle between Ferrari and the young upstarts at Ford, who tried to buy Ferrari and failed. The ultimate revenge story, as it was known, with Henry Ford II battling it out with Enzo Ferrari in a battle of wits through here. Or perhaps it'll tell about 1983, when Porsche started a remarkable run of dominance with 9 cars in the top 10, with the only interloper being a Sauber. Coming through onto the Mulsanne Straight, it too has quite a lot of stories to tell. Many people have lost their lives here back in the bad old days of racing in the 50s, when there wasn't as much safety there as it is now. It was literally racing down a country road with no barriers. Or perhaps it'll tell of the remarkable record set in 1989 when the WM Peugeot cars, the WM Peugeot team decided to send out a certain Roger Dorsey out to claim a remarkable record, 400 kilometers an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. They didn't finish, but that wasn't really the point of the team. They even entered as Project 400, and they were the first people ever to break 400 kilometers an hour on a road course.
Let's go see these prototypes. How are they doing in front?
Yeah, it looks like Hemi is running away at the front of the field, Hikaru Suzu. In the Audi, he's managed to get past both Blackburn and Swinbacks, and you're going to see the pace of the cars through here. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Coming out of the second chicane, and by the time he gets to the crest there, he'll be doing about 300 kilometers an hour, even more. And coming down the crest, you're going to see him pick up a lot of speed before coming into the braking zone, into Mulsanne curve, right down the gearbox, almost 100 kilometers an hour around a junction that we would barely take at 20 kilometers an hour in our road car. And now up through, for the prototypes, this will be the fastest part of the course. You can see the speed piling on. It's slightly downhill for the most part here, and we can see Hemi getting up there to 320 kilometers an hour. He'll try to get almost to 330, and then almost flat out through Indy 1, and hard on the brakes to get down into Indy 2, 130 kilometers an hour through a 90-degree bend. Now he's got to watch out for Arnage. This is the slowest point of the course for a prototype. Right down to 85 kilometers an hour, the car gets really very loose on the exit. And now the run up into Porsche curves. Very, very high speed kink through there. Again, approaching at 310, 320 kilometers an hour. The hybrid system deploying there. And now he's going to recover a lot of energy backing off through the Porsche curves, still taken at 250 kilometers an hour. The G-forces around here are amazing for prototype drivers. In real life, they pull up to 5G through the Porsche curves. You have to be really, really fit to drive a prototype around at Le Mans. Through Ducati and into the Ford chicanes, which in a prototype is absolutely no problems at all. Very, very quick indeed. Over the curbs there, he's taking it a little bit gently there because he's got a nice 3-second lead from Blackburn. In cold air, you can see the speed these guys can build up to.
Let's see for the second class leaders, John Martin.
Yes, John Martin there in the HPD Acura. I always seem to forget the name for whatever reason. How's the boys from SRE doing? Great. We are now in 38th. We've gained a few position. We're probably getting very close to getting up into 36th position. Right now we're just having a quick look at the other classes. This is the view from Jean Martin's car through the Porsche curves. Again, just a little bit slower, 230 kilometers an hour, putting roughly 3.5 Gs through there for a LMP2 car. I have to back off a little bit through here because these cars don't do very well through Ducati, which is the only point in the course where there's an off-camber corner. But you can see in a straight line, they're still very, very quick indeed to get up to, in a short straight like that, 280 kilometers an hour. John Martin, of course, quite experienced in endurance racing, so he's going to be doing very well indeed for himself. But as you can see, it's only 20 minutes gone in the race, and Martin is already 51 seconds behind Hemi, which goes to show the gap, the difference between an LMP1 and LMP2 car.
Matt, for the overlays, do you want to see the interval or the gap? The intervals are between positions, and the gaps are between.
The gaps will be fine.
Yeah.
This
is intervals between cars.
Yeah.
We also can view gaps like any other, but this one's not that detailed.
Yeah. I mean, the trouble with that is,
Sometimes
I think you'll be fine.
See how
I mean, for an endurance race, you really only start worrying when you get to within a second of someone. But the intervals give you a good idea of who's close together out on track and who's far enough ahead. But you can see there, Martin 53 seconds behind the LMP1 cars, and the GT cars will be a further few seconds behind.
Let's see for
He's
the GT
leading
cars,
Cressdale and Trudeau.
leader right now, Leandro Montero.
So Leandro Montero, believe he's actually pretty well known in the racing world.
So he's got
Ratu behind him, half a second behind. So this could be a lead change for the lead for GTE class cars around here. Looks like Ratu is close enough to get a tow down the main straight. Yeah, it's looking like Ratu will be looking for an opportunity to pass on the main straight. As we have a little bit of glitchiness, we do apologise for that. We can't do too much about that with iRacing servers right now.
Okay, we'll
blinking
go back.
away.
We'll go
He's
back.
still racing.
Yeah, we'll go back to Jazrin Jali.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jezrin's now on the run up to the Ford through the Dunlop curves rather. He's now in 39th position. He's 2 seconds behind Thornhill. He's got to watch out now because, well, actually he's okay for now. He's in a safe position. He's now got to watch out for the LMP1 cars coming up.
See how fast they go.
Yeah. They overtake these guys like we're still doing a parade lap. Now the trick with these LMP1 cars when they go past the lap is that it's usually the job of the quicker driver to find a way past the slower drivers. So the ideal thing is to just be able to hold your line and let the quick cars pass, but it can get really, really dicey up ahead. So you've really got to have good spatial awareness. You've got to know what's behind you and what's around you at all times here at Le Mans, because you never know when one of these very quick cars get past. You see there Justin Jelly holding his line as he's getting past not only by prototypes but by blinking prototypes, which makes things even worse. A unique problem with iRacing. So you've got to make sure that everyone gives these blinkers a little bit of space. It's an inevitable outcome of having a worldwide field of drivers coming through, but Jezrin Jelly there has dealt with the first group of prototypes quite well. So a little bit of sensitivity there.
If the blinkers are pretty close.
Yeah, and you're never too sure whether they're actually close or if they're just blinking a little closer to you than normal.
You'll end up in their cockpit.
Yeah. That's melding. You really don't want to meld with the car next to you at Le Mans because that usually ends up with a very big bill.
Currently drizzling here in Putrajaya. How's your weather there?
It's still holding on for the meantime, but there's a good chance it's going to start drizzling again. It had rained earlier on in the morning with a nice cool weather to sleep in. I slept in a little bit here. I'm still going to have to head off into work later today, but I've taken the morning off to join all you nice folks down there in the comment section below to watch the opening hours of SRE team's attack at the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Matt,
Speaking of attack,
I'll be away for around 5 to 10 minutes. I'll leave this camera on Jazrin Jali.
alright.
Okay, so if you wanna have a quick rest, it's a good time also. We'll just leave this on this camera, the streaming running.
Yep.
So guys, please do enjoy the stream. Please share and support Team SRE from Malaysia. We've got Jazrin Jali, we've got Shariful Arifin, we've got Dominic An, we've got Ilham Halabi racing for this team.
Yep, it's basically the quickest of the Malaysian sim racers there, taking the challenge to Le Mans. So the director's out the way for 5 minutes. I do have a little bit of time to explain to you. I won't be on the stream permanently throughout the 24 hours, but we'll be getting people in and out as the day goes on. So do stay tuned to Adrenaline Impact, and we'll go live whenever we do have some commentators and some news to bring to you. But so far, so good for Jazrin Jali. Again, it's early days in the race. Down there in 39th position, he's not going to be too worried. The only person he's going to be worried is Montoya behind there, who's probably going to be quicker, but at the same time is blinking away with a little bit of a netcode issue. So he's going to want to try and make sure that if Montoya does make an overtake, he's going to have to give extra space. Again, the main thing now is getting into the rhythm and getting into that chess game attitude of making sure the lap times are consistent all throughout the 17 laps of the stint, and making sure you're on pace as well, which is going to be very, very important indeed. You see there Montoya's car just blinking in and out a little bit. Again, nothing too much to worry about except for when they try and draw alongside. So far, Jazrin Jali has no problems cruising down the North Sound Straight. In the meantime, we're going to have a quick look at the timing screens. And right now we have 13 cars on the lead lap. John Martin's the first car in lap 2, which goes to show how quickly these guys get through. The leader now, Hikaru Suzuhemi, is now 7.5 laps into the race. John Martin is at 7 laps. Further down we have the guys in the 6th lap. The first person in that lap in that group will be Manuel Paredes. And our man Jazrin Jali is in 39th position. He's now currently circulating in the 3-minute 59 second range, about 1.9 seconds away from Kane Thornhill. Ishmael Montoya is half a second behind, so perhaps a touch slower than would be expected, but then again they're getting into traffic. They have cars passing.
Wow. The fuck.
Oh my, what happened, Marvin?
Oh, someone. Sorry for my language. Someone just hit me at the back.
Oh dear.
So, are you out? Are you okay?
There's going to be damage, isn't there? Are you able to drive back to the pits, or is it a tow?
We can still drive.
Okay.
Okay, that's... You're still in the race there. That's the trouble with the lower splits there. That was Melvin, the exasperated voice of Melvin there, racing for SRE Team B in one of the lower splits there. And where did you have the incident?
Before the right-hander, the first right-hander. I don't know what it's called.
The
one after the first chicane and the straight road, then a right-hander.
The right-hander.
Double right-hander, yeah.
Yeah, the right-hander onto public road, Tête Rouge.
Yeah, the guy just late brake me.
Oh god. Don't you hate it when they use ARCA brakes on a 24-hour race?
Lucky I'm able to stop.
Yeah. Because normally at Tet Rouge, if someone hits you up from behind, you end up in the barrier. So you managed to get away with it by the sounds of things.
Yep,
But you
I
do have a
managed to
long
get
lap.
away.
Is the car feeling okay, or do you need to take in repairs?
Still good.
Still good. You got away with that one.
I almost hit the barrier.
Yeah. So
It's okay.
that is the danger here at Le Mans when you have some perhaps less experienced or more over exuberant drivers trying to win the race in the first 6 laps. It's not very useful indeed. So far in Team A has been okay. That's the luxury of running in a quicker split, I guess, is that the drivers tend to know what they're doing.
I think we are in the lowest split.
Yeah, I was talking to a well-known Canadian that shall not be named, and he was asking me about which split the team's going to be in. And I know that SRE Team A was going to be in either the first or second split, and he asked about SRE Team B, and I replied back to the Spanish split. Because you've got some guys down there further down the order that quite willing to throw the spanner in the works.
Quite close there.
So now Montoya's magically cured himself of blinking. He's perhaps plugged the Ethernet jack back into his computer.
From what they commented, maybe the participants are doing okay, non-blinking, but it's the issue with spectators. We're having maximum of 120 all of the splits. So
right.
that might be an issue. iRacing may be limiting the bandwidth to spectators.
Yeah, just to try and give the racers as much of a chance of having a good, clean race. That is the fortunate thing about iRacing's Le Mans setup, is that they can sort of allocate bandwidth intelligently to make sure that the racers have as much bandwidth as they need. But that doesn't quite make the problem of Ismael Montoya any better for Jezrin Jali. He's got him right behind. Now this could go one of two ways. Either Montoya will be trying to fuel save as much as possible by drafting Jezrin for as long as possible, or he'll be trying to go for an overtake, which is, as you know, it's a risk situation, and we've got to be very, very careful coming into the overtaking spot we're going to use, because we really don't want to take any cars off during the race. It loses time for you, loses time for them, and gives you a penalty as well. You can see Ismael Montoya, he's literally pulling out into the mirrors of Jezrin Jali just to make sure that he knows that he's there. In the meantime, Jezrin Jali is just going to, again, try and focus on his braking points, try and focus on his pace right now, which is very difficult to maintain. A 1:59 was all he could do around the sports prototypes. Right now he's back on race pace, 1:56.8, which is quite good. We have a few guys lapping quicker, but he's definitely up at the sharp end of the field in terms of lap time, so his pace is very, very good indeed. He'll be looking to try and catch Hakon Ribstad. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And if you catch us making any mistake during this broadcast, don't feel free to drop a little message down there in the bottom. And whilst you're commenting, don't forget to like the stream, and if you have a little bit of time left over from that, you can share it on your Facebook page and let everyone know out there. I believe we're on YouTube as well, so do subscribe and like us on YouTube. And yeah, we'll be bringing you the best in e-racing as well as the real world of motorsports when we get back to being able to race around real circuits again. So do subscribe and like us. So now Jezrin Jali just being nice and cool. It looks like Montoya, he's close enough to draft down the straights, so he might just be using the draft to save fuel as opposed to trying to go for the overtaking position. right now, Jezrin Jelly sitting pretty in the top 40, which is a good position to be in the GT cars at this early stage of the race. He'll want to try and gain some positions, but in reality, he's going to perhaps be better off served trying to make sure the car gets through the first couple of hours of the race in one piece, letting the order sort of settle and then start to try and catch the cars up ahead. So Jezrin's still within a second of Gribstad. Hakon Gribstad, it's a Norwegian guy, I believe. You see Jezrin is catching him, getting closer and closer, and that's simply because of the fantastic towing effect. Not only are the straights very long on the Mulsanne straight, but also the effect of the trees hemming the air in. So you have this fantastic aerodynamic effect going down the main straight. You either have a lot of headwind or a lot of tailwind, and it can get it into a situation where you have to adjust the braking zone for wind speed, especially in the prototype cars. When you're trying to go from lead, it's very important to deal with that. It looks like Hakon's a little bit quicker out of the slow corners. That Porsche perhaps having just a touch more traction. Jezrin has the top end to try and keep up with Porsche through these fast straights. Coming down to 0.2 of a second, will he be going for an overtake? Yes, he comes into the inside. They're side by side coming into the Indy 1. He makes the overtaking maneuver stick. Hakon there helping out big time. A lot of sportsmanship required to get that move to work into what is a very brave place to overtake. Indianapolis, one very fast right-hander coming into a braking zone. But now he's put one more car between himself and Montoya. Moving up the leaderboard and into 38th position. The next target for him, 4.5 seconds down the road, will be Sekido. And now begins the climb up the leaderboard for Jezrin Jelly. We'll have a quick look at his pace so far. His quickest lap of the race so far, 3:56.47. That was his last lap. So he's just set the best lap of the race on the previous lap. We'll see what he does coming into this lap. Again, a whole queue of cars forming behind. Jezrin Jelly is going to be really careful right now. Gribstad might want to try and get that position back again. And of course we have Montoya behind in the dangerous position, so we have a battle now for 38th position with Jezrin Jelly leading it. And now we see, yes, he's dropped a little bit of time on the last lap. That's just inevitability of trying to overtake someone. You tend to slow both cars down. This is why the ideal thing at Le Mans is to have a clean piece of track up ahead with no cars in front of it. That's a luxury here that few can afford to have at Le Mans. The prototypes are constantly lapping slower cars, so they try and keep to an average speed that works for them whilst lapping cars. So they'll be targeting a lap time that they can do whilst lapping cars. And for the GTE guys, it's a case of making sure you can let them pass with minimum restrictions. It's complicated somewhat by the fact that the LMP2 cars, as you can see there, they don't have the straight line speed advantage of the LMP1 cars, so they do take quite a lot longer to overtake. There's also, because they're high downforce cars, there's also quite a bit of a wake following them, so you've got to be very careful following a prototype car and a GT car, because you can find yourself shift offline ever so slightly, and if you're caught out you can have serious issues there. But we see 4 cars have gone into the pit lane. Let's go back. Andrek Gomez, Sasser and Sweeney, that's 5 cars who've headed into the pits. Perhaps going a little bit too quick for the tyres, or perhaps they're going onto an alt well. For pits, I would imagine for the LMP2 cars, but or the LMP1 cars, I do apologise. that's going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for the LMP1 runners, as there's a lot of people now coming onto the alternative strategies. Meanwhile, 38 minutes run of the race, 12 laps of the 17 laps that Jezrin Jelly is planning to run in this stint. It's a case of winding down the time and waiting for the opportunity. Jezrin Jelly right now is in a absolutely brilliant position because he's got all that clean track ahead of it, clear track. He can just focus on driving the car as quickly as he can, and the more the guys behind fight amongst themselves, the further away they'll get. It looks like Gerstadt and Nicholson are now currently fighting over 40th position. Montoya has managed to get past both of them, or keep ahead of both of them. But the more those three cars battle it out amongst themselves, the further away they get. You can see the group that's been chasing Jezrin is just a little bit further away this time around. That's because Montoya both has to worry about what's in front and what's behind him. Jezrin doesn't have to worry too much about what's in front of him. He can just drive on the ideal racing line, work on the tyre wear, and making sure he's driving to a decent fuel consumption number. As you can see there, nice and smooth through S de la Karting. You can see the karting track in the background there. Coming to the 4 chicane, a whole gaggle of cars behind Jezrin Jelly. Some of the drivers will now be thinking, oh, we really want to try and get past him. Montoya has been threatening to overtake for quite a while now. He's getting wild and sideways. That'll hurt his tyres. Complicating factors is prototype coming in on the inside. Flashing his lights just let the drivers know that they're there. And that's the trick with flashing lights during an endurance race. That's a signal for the drivers there is a car behind, to let them pass the faster car. It's a form of communication between two different classes of car that is quite usual. So you see a lot of lights flashing. It's even programmed to a button on the cars, so you can hit that button and fire off a series of 5 or so flashes, just to let the car ahead know that they're there. Meanwhile, we're starting to see the LMP2 group of cars beginning to lap. We've got Hemi, Blackburn, Swinbanks and Gajitani in the pits as well. I don't know if they BOP'd the LMP1 cars in terms of pit lane time, because that is another aspect of the fuel limit on the cars, because that's what the stints are ultimately decided on. It's a stint of 17 laps for fuel reasons, that they have to come into the pits for fuel. They'll try and stay out as long as possible, and when they're in the pits they'll try to keep the pit lane time as short as possible as well. So oftentimes you see drivers double stinting or triple stinting the tyres, just to save that few extra seconds in the pits, to make sure that they have enough time to get through that.
Let's
42 minutes
just
gone.
recap some events that happened, some crashes that happened just now. We've got, in other classes, we've got
Sergio Catalucci. They're going side by side, coming into our nage, getting close, and oof. Catalucci just drove across the front of that other car. There'll be a penalty for him, as I'm pretty sure of that. Drawing alongside and trying to run the car off the road is not the smartest thing to do. Simon Nicholson going off the road there, just getting off the racing line a little bit. Might have been aero related, might have been braking related, but he's safely back on the road again. Simo, as he's known to his friends. in the Porsche LMP1 car. He gets the car sideways through Indy 1. Again, very, very tricky part of the course to get right. And, he just did not keep the car on the brakes there. So there's going to be damage on the back end of that car. You can see the bent wing there. That's going to be a tow. A very, very silly little small incident, but one that has big, big consequences. A common occurrence here, Jason Boster outbraking himself coming into the Mulsanne chicane. That happens quite often. You'll see some cars also going off there for technical issues. It looks like Jason Boss went off and into the pits, so there's going to be a lengthy repair ahead for that man. And James Swinbanks, he was in the lead of the race at one point, and he just got it too wide coming into the Dunlop curves, and he's let the car pass. Again, this is the sort of mistake you want to avoid at all costs, and that's our man Hesty, who's got into the lead. So there have it, James Swinbanks, really unfortunate mistake there, but luckily no big accidents as of yet, apart from the Argentinian there, Sergio. Really unfortunate incident. Looks like a fairly clumsy mistake from where I'm standing. I'm sure there must be a good reason for it, but really don't want to be getting into incidents like that in the first hour of the race. Meanwhile, our man Jezrin Jelly is still ahead of the chasing group of cars. It's Montoya and Nicholson who's within striking distance. Ribstad a little bit further behind. Now we've got to watch out for the first of all, the prototypes coming up, lapping everyone, and also Jezrin Jelly has to make sure he doesn't make any big mistakes, because not only would he go off the road, but there's a good chance that some of the other cars might just follow them lemming style into the accident. That happens quite a bit here at Le Mans as well. You try and get yourself into a trance-like state almost, trying to lap this track. But if you're not careful, and if you're too busy focusing on the car in front, you could end up in his accident as well. And you can see the LMP2 cars through medium speed corners, not almost the same sort of pace as the GT cars, but once you get out into the straights, obviously the lighter, more aerodynamic body shape takes over, and the car shoots off into the distance. Le Mans isn't really like any other track. The demands on the cars are very, very high. Aerodynamic efficiency or engine efficiency is of the utmost importance. Endurance and trying to keep the car out of the pits as much as possible as well. And the physical aspect is also a huge concern. In real life, the drivers in the LMP1 cars will have to deal with several moments of 5G acceleration, lateral acceleration through the corners there. So that's a lot of load in the body to try and fight back. The steering systems will weigh up. You have to be seriously fit to drive these cars. And even in a GTE car, you've got to be relatively fit and relatively alert to try and drive these cars quickly. As you can see there in the screen on the dashboard there, that GPS looking screen that Jezrin Jelly has in the middle of the dashboard, you can see quite clearly the car behind him. Incidentally, for the GT cars and for any closed cockpit cars, they have to run the rear view camera now as part of the regulations for Le Mans, just to try and keep everything much safer. Meantime, we're 47 minutes into this first stint of the race, lap 14. We have 3 more laps to go before our first pit stop. Do you happen to know what the driving order is for the next?
Okay,
for the next
for the driver order, we've got scheduled info from Saiful Arifin. I think we've got starting with JJ, Jazzy Jali. We'll continue with Farid, Amir Farid Yan.
Alrighty.
Okay, and followed by Team 3 is driven by Ipin, Saiful Arifin, and then Azam, and then Ilham, and then Farid back, and they will rotate these 5 guys.
Yep. As they go up throughout the race.
6 guys actually. We've got Amir Faridian, Dominic Ang, Ilham Halabi, Norazam, Syaiful Arifin, Amir, and Jazrin Jali. 5 guys.
Yeah. So in 2 laps time, Jazrin Jali will be into the pits, and we'll have the first driver change of the SRE team for Le Mans. So Jazrin now, he'll be trying to get his lap times down. He's still in the 156, in the region of the 356 lap time. I apologize. So he'll be looking to try and push that as hard as he can. 49 minutes have gone past in the race. He'll be pitting in around the 55-minute mark. It'll be good for him to try and get some pressure off of the car, off of the team. Hopefully get Amir Faridian into a position with less traffic.
Info received that we got, they'll be pitting in around 2 minutes for fuel.
Alrighty.
And driver
So
change. I think his first stint depends on Jazrin if he wants to continue or second stint.
Yeah. So Jazrin will come into the pits. He'll report back to see if he is ready and willing to do a second stint, which would be better, because Jazrin Jali it's still a high traffic situation here at Le Mans. Jazrin is used to the car. Car's warmed up, he's warmed up, so it could be a benefit. But if not, we have Amir Faridian up next in the car, another very, very quick GT driver. And so, in any case, it looks like the SRE Team A Ferrari 488 GTE is in good hands. Whether it be JJ's hands or Farid's. But now we see the LMP1s lapping the field again. The LMP1 versus GTE lapping situation is really the most dangerous part of Le Mans, because the closing speed is so fast. You really do have to be very wary of any very quick cars coming up from behind. Try not to block anyone in. Again, the standard procedure is to hold your line through the corner as the LMP1 cars go past. As you can see, there's one bottled up behind this group here, so he's just waiting for an opportunity to try and overtake. There he goes. You can see the closing speed. It's almost unfair to the GTE guys to see these cars go past at ridiculous speeds, because they really are in a different race at that point. You can see now Jazrin Jali, he's gone up to 38th position. It looks like stopping early might be a benefit, because even if Jazrin or Faridian comes out behind these guys, which they inevitably will, they'll have a fresh load of fuel and maybe even a fresh set of tyres to try and go and catch these guys up again. Do you happen to know if they're taking tyres?
Pardon?
Do you happen to know if they're taking tyres, or is it a fuel only stop?
I'm not sure if we will get Jazrin in this Discord server if he exits the car, and he will tell the details.
Alright.
They're currently Syaiful Arifin is monitoring them from the server, from their iRacing chat. So if I get any info, I'll feed in to you.
Alrighty, it looks like a whole bunch of cars came in. Montoya Berg, Thornhill and Matsumoto. That was the group of cars that were following Jazrin. They've gone for the quote-unquote undercut there, so Jazrin's got to really push the car hard now. But he's gone up to 32nd position, so there's a lot of people who have stopped already. So we'll see where he comes out when after the first pit stop. It's lap 16 right now. Whoa, that's very, very risky overtaking there from the LMP1 cars. Now he's really got to just hold firm and let these guys pass. There's a whole group of them coming past. Coming into the first chicane, that's going to be a really tricky for the LMP1 cars. They'll still try and overtake, but as you saw there coming out of Tete Rouge, wild scenes right now. As you can see, the whole field of LMP1 cars streaming past. It's almost like when you're sitting on the highway doing the speed limit, you see a bunch of hooligans going past at 200 kilometers an hour. It's almost comical. But I think that's the last of the group of LMP1 cars that were following this, following Jezrin. So you can relax for a little bit now. But you really do need to have good spotting at these sort of moments to try and spot how many cars are behind you and where they're likely to overtake. As mentioned, Saiful Arifin is in the control command center, feeding information and making strategic decisions as to when to pit and what to do. So we're now on lap 16. We'll be pitting either this lap or the next lap. I believe it will be this lap. So far he's okay because he's too far ahead to catch me at this moment. He's got to watch out for Nicholson. In fact, he might be weighing up the pros and cons of letting Nicholson pass or holding him up. He was running in 42nd at the start of the race. Now he's brought the car up to 32. Jason Jelly's done a fairly good job at keeping the nose of that car clean and dealing with the lapping traffic. You see that's the netcode issues are a little bit worrying. In the meantime, we have Pico, who's got a live stream happening.
Yeah, on board.
In the Discord server.
You guys can hear the team radio, I think, there from his stream.
Yeah, so if you guys do want to check out Saiful Arifin's stream at Pico Media, PYKO Media, Pico Media, on Facebook, and you'll get to listen into all of the radio communications and chatter as they go through. But now Justin Jelly is coming into the pits, so he is coming to the pits, followed by Nicholson. He's going to try and get through the pit lane. Very, very complex pit lane here at Le Mans. You hear the famous klaxon.
Got info from Shariful Irfin. They're gonna change tires, and Farid Yan is gonna enter the car.
Alrighty, so it's a full service for a full tank of fuel, 4 new tires, and Amir Faridian is going to take over from Jazrin Jali. So there's the pit box, nice and gentle into it. You'll see the cars appear and disappear as they go in. Amir Faridian is now in the car. He is waiting and ready to go. In the meantime, we've got Calvin Ha on the Discord server. Hi there.
Okay, currently we're monitoring the first, the leader for...
Yeah, leader for GTE there is Bradley Rathieu, who's... and I can just report now that it started to rain very, very heavily here in Putra Heights, so you gotta watch yourself. Watch out, guys, out there in the real world. In the meantime, Bradley Rathieu there in the lead. He's done his stop, so has the second, third place man, so it's gone through the field quite well. Thornhill and Montoya looks like they made up a lot of time in the pits. They're now 5th and 6th in class, 31 and 32. Bradley Rathieu himself is in 27th position, the leader of the GTE class cars. He is quite far ahead of the next man out there, and Amir Farindian is now out on the track.
So that was just dropped three places after the pit stop.
So we're behind Sakido and Mikela again. But we are ahead of Matsubara. We've gained one position there from the start of the race. There's still cars up ahead, I believe, that need to pit as well. So we'll see in the next 2 laps and see where it stabilizes position-wise. But so far, so good. The most important thing is that Amir Faradian has been let out onto the track with clear space ahead of him. 5 seconds behind McKellar. That would be okay for aerodynamic wash and dirty air. And yeah. So the best lap time of the car is a 3:56.096. Amir Faradian is now taken over. And we'll try and see if we can get Jasmine Jelly on the line before we head off the stream. Before I head off the stream.
Yeah, let's try to get Jazrin Jali actually.
Yeah, so Jasmine Jelly will be just having a quick debrief there. He'll be perhaps on the radio to Amir Faradian, giving him a little bit of advice, talking him through any issues on the car, if there is any, because it's very easy to get floor damage here at Le Mans. That can be, it's almost a running meme in the iRacing community, floor damage. It's sort of the randomizing effect of iRacing endurance races.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the modern cars now, they're so sensitive to underfloor aerodynamics that it's quite remarkable. Even a GTE car now can be reasonably expected at 250 kilometers an hour to drive upside down. So that just goes to show how much downforce these cars make and how efficient the downforce is. There you see him heading up to about 280 kilometers an hour. And virtually flat out, just a lift through Indy 1, down through the gearbox for Indy 2, second gear, 100 kilometers an hour through there. Coming up to Arnage, this is the only place in the track that... he's got the braking just a little bit wrong there, the tyres are still cold. Luckily he's managed to catch it. I was just going to say that Arnage is really the only place where you can expect an LMP car and a GTE car to go through at pretty much the same speed. It's the slowest part of the track. But Amir Faradian there, he's just got to wind himself in, make sure he's a little bit... calm himself down from that little incident, but that's okay. He's managed to keep the car in one piece, that's the main thing. And now he's just got to work on getting heat into the tyres. He's got no danger from anyone around. Matsumura is 22 seconds behind, so he's well ahead of him. Akela is 14 seconds ahead. So now the main thing is going to be to try and keep the car on the road. We have Mohammed. Mohammed's just joined us in the Discord server. Hi there. And we have both Calvin Ha and Mohammed just listening in. So if you guys want to drop us a comment down below to two of the fellow SRE sim racers, do drop a comment. Let them know that you're there. Hi there, Mohammed. Apa khabar?
Baik.
Mohammed drive Team B
Tapi DC tunggu login balik. Aduh.
Alamak.
Tengah drive.
DC.
DC tiba. DC okey, internet okey.
Dan kereta macam mana? Dia akan masuk pit automatically ke apa?
Auto towing ke pit.
Oh,
Sayangnya.
Gitulah.
Dah berapa lap
banyak
tadi?
time langsung.
Apa?
Dah berapa lap?
11 ke 12.
Pit awal lah.
Di awal.
Sebab apa dia, Melvin pun cakap dia nak start awal sikit kan. Dia finish awal sikit.
Okay, baru join.
Okay, good luck.
Oh, okay. Good luck ya.
Okay, thank you.
That's kind of horrifying thing to happen.
Yep.
A disconnect
So what?
during race.
So yeah. So one of the worst things that can happen to a sim racer during a 24-hour race is when you disconnect just after getting hold of the car, and you have to tow the car back to the pits. That's a lot of time loss.
in real life, it's like having a car and then you fainted.
Yeah.
You blacked out.
Well, it's like the car basically stopping dead in the middle of the road for no reason, and you have to tow the car back to the pits to try and fix it. Not only do you lose that lap, because the way Le Mans is scored, and every endurance race after Le Mans is scored, the way it's scored is the amount of distance you cover in a 24-hour period. So not only do you lose a lot of time compared to your competitors, but you also lose the lap. Because you did not complete the lap, you'll have to drive that lap again, which means that you have to cover more distance in order to get back to where you were before, which is another time loss, another distance loss. It's a very frustrating thing to happen, but luckily Mohaimed's got back into the car and he's up and running again in Team B. Meanwhile, in Team A, Amir Faridian is still out there in a comfortable position. He's not in danger from behind, he's not in danger from ahead, so from his point of view, he'll be hoping to have a nice, would say relaxing 17 laps, but a comfortable one. He'll be looking to come into the pits in around lap 25 after this. Lap 25 or 26 will be the next stop for SRE Team A. See, the only thing he's got to worry about now is getting around the lap traffic. There you can see there through the Porsche curves, the LMP1 cars just behind him. That's Blackburn. I mean, they're just letting the car pass. There's some points in the track here that it's really very difficult to let another car pass. And perhaps to the credit of the LMP1 driver there, he's just let Amir Farid go through the pits, go through the curves rather, without trying to disrupt them. We've seen some big accidents at the Porsche curves when LMP1 cars try to lap slow traffic through there, so ideally they want to try and lap on the straight before or the straight after. But sometimes you just have to get caught up.
Let's just go back and see some incidents that happened at other cars.
Yeah, so just now we've had Liam Burns in the LMP2 car. Serious, it looks like a braking mistake there. He got the car sideways, he just went too quick into the brakes there and just narrowly avoided an impact. Meanwhile, Martin Arnold in the TNT Racing LMP2 car, again just locking up and missing his braking point there rather dramatically. No damage done to the car apart from maybe a little bit of underfloor damage. But that was a very lucky escape from Martin. And yet again we see Bradley Rattiu, who is now in the lead of the class. He is now currently 10 seconds ahead of Mo. He's definitely comfortable in the lead of the race, so he'll be trying to maintain that position. Looks like Bradley's double stinting. In Le Mans, in the official Le Mans race, in the real world, it's 4-hour stint limit, so you often see drivers stay in the car for 4 hours or 4 stints at a time, really trying to stay in the car for as long as they can, because you sort of become comfortable in the car. You know the car, you know how the car is developing, you're constantly feeding back information to the engineers, telling them how the car's feeling, what's happening with the car. You learn to drive around any issues on the car as well, so it can be a bit of a risk to switch at that point to another driver. But on the other hand, you also have driver fitness to consider. If you stay in the car for too long, the longer you are in the car, the more likely it is that you're going to have a big incident. So that's Tim Gaukroger in the BMW there. He's in 3rd position. He's fighting hard with the mystery driver there. Manually known as D in the timing screen.
front of him is Murray,
Yeah. So
and behind him
Gaukroga
is
will.
D. I don't know who D what.
Yeah. So Gaukroga now is in a difficult situation. He's got a car in front and a car behind. We have a mystery driver there. Some say he might be the Stig. I don't know. Perhaps it's a bit like the case of John Winters, who decided to enter the race at Le Mans under a pseudonym. So it was actually a different driver, but he took on the name of John Winters because he was in a Formula One contract. This was back in the 80s. Entered Le Mans, and unfortunately for him, he won. So there's a very famous image of John Winters with his cap on, trying to hide his face from the prying TV cameras, but Ferrari did eventually find out that Stefan Johansson was racing without their permission in Le Mans under a pseudonym, and since then it's almost been a tradition that once in a while you do see a John Winters pop up, and it's a very definite reference to that incident when a Formula One driver tried to enter Le Mans without their bosses knowing. And unfortunately for them, even though they were in an unfancied car, they won. Perhaps the only person ever to sort of regret winning Le Mans.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna leave the stream to run it on its own.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I'm gonna have
thanks for
to.
the race start. We'll get back anytime you're free.
Yep. I'm going to head off and get some rest and do a bit of work at the workshop. And we'll probably be back around 7 or 8 o'clock. Do stay tuned to Adrenaline Impact. We will announce when I'll be back. And in the meantime, if we find any other commentators that'll take over, we'll let you know.
Okay.
So that'll be it from me, and safe racing to all the SRE team. Ta-ra.
Okay, selamat datang to stream Adrenaline Pack. Kita cover SRE hari ni. Team A ni memandu Ferrari 488 GTE. Terdiri daripada 5 driver. Antaranya ialah Jazrin Jali, Amelia Faridian, Saiful Arifin, Nur Azam, Ilham dan Dominic Ang. So untuk restart tadi kita tengok Jazrin Jali sudah maintainkan position dan pit. Sekarang ni kita baru melihat drop ke 43 lagi 42. Dalam kelas sekarang dia nombor sini dalam kelas tak pasti macam mana. Ya, 18. So this is an international event. Okey, kita akan tengok Amir Faridian akan masuk pit untuk tukar driver. Saiful Arifin akan masuk untuk stint ketiga setelah 32 lap. Anytime now. Kita tengok onboard dia sekejap. Okay, dia sudah masuk pit. Saiful Arifin akan menggantikannya. Dah, okey, 47 48 saat lalu. Good luck to Saiful Arifin. They have dropped one place since start. They started at 42. Now they're at 43. I think they'll be dropping to 44 soon because next driver is just past pits. And we have another driver, Ratu, 245 meters away. Waiting for Saiful to get ready. Okay, he's off to pit exit. So he managed to maintain 44th. pit stops. Syaiful Arifin, Team SRE, Team A has done 2 stops. First stop, exchanging Amir Farid, Jazrin Jadi exchanging to Amir Farid, and the second stop is from Amir Farid handing over the car to Syaiful Arifin. How he entered the pits. Let's go back to live. In front of him we have LMP1 car.
Hello.
Hi guys. Siapa tu?
Muhaimin.
Muhaimin. Macam mana, dah keluar dah?
Pit untuk refuel.
Tukar driver ke maintain lagi?
Belum lagi.
Oh, tadi lost banyak position tak?
Lost 10 position.
Oh, tak apa. Maintain lepas ni. Dah berapa lap kau bawa?
Berapa lap 20 lap. 20 lap dalam 4 minit. Dalam 40 minit.
Okay. Next driver lepas ni siapa, Min?
Zainul.
Okay.
Zainul next Kevinda.
Alright. Best of luck Memang okay. Tough lah tadi Aku pun kesian tengok kau tadi. Jangan boleh disconnect pula tadi.
Ada tu lah. Fight tadi.
Sebab boleh load balik.
Tu lah. Dia sayang.
Kalau disconnect macam tu atau ada orang lain dalam team kau tengah standby, dia boleh gantikan ke? Ataupun kau sendiri kena ganti dulu?
Boleh. Dia declare kita dah keluar dari kereta.
And then
siapa
kereta
yang
dekat pit, siapa
ada free boleh terus sambung lah.
Siapa yang available boleh je masuk balik lah.
Boleh.
Oh, okay. So ada yang standby juga ke tu yang dalam ni? Dalam team kau?
Zainul standby. Tengok.
Better macam tu lah. Kalau tiba-tiba tu apa jadi jatuh lagi ke apa, dia boleh standby kat pit lah kan.
Tu lah. Okay, pit out.
Alright. That was Muhaimin driving for Team B and BMW F8. Low speed than this group. Try to give some coverage as possible. I'm worried we're gonna enter this spectacle session. Back to the outside camera. Battle of LMP1 and LMP2 cars. Ridiculously fast around the corners there. Let's see Shaiful's previous laps. He's steadily keeping it up to 4.6, 4.7, but I don't know what happened in lap 27. Maybe due to a bit of traffic. Oh, big crash. Let's see what happened. I'm detecting a big there was a big crash involving many cars just now. Oh, they were nowhere to be found. It's okay. Go back to Saiful Arifin. We entered the 2-hour mark. Okay, we see Syaiful Arifin going to the pits. Let's see, his next driver will be Ahmad Norazam. Changing tires. Just one. Yeah, he's changing tires. Yeah, he's done. anytime soon. To the pits exit. So he's still in 41st position. He's 18 seconds behind MYS Racing Team. And he make it before Peck comes out. Hits. Tracks way too long. Yeah, it's now nearer.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Delvinder, have you run your stint yet?
Just about to. I just came to check.
Okay, we're covering for the meantime. We're covering Team A.
Right.
So best of luck. Now who's driving right now? Mohimin.
Yes, saya. Berapa lap lagi fuel tu? Jap. 7. 7 lap. Maybe I buat satu stint lah. Sebab I ada kerja, then after my kerja, then later petang sikit I will be a bit more free lah.
Okay, boleh. Ready. Nanti next repeat.
Okay.
Hello.
Hai.
Haha.
Mana?
Steady.
Dah keluar dah?
Apa?
Dah pick ke belum? Belum.
Belum. Lagi 5 lap. Swap dengan Kelvin dia.
Alright. Steady.
Hello?
Halo.
Siapa ni?
Calvin there.
Oh, okay, ready. I pick next. This lap.
Dah standby dah.
Okay. Tadi aku disconnect, putus.
Nampak tadi dalam group chat tu.
Wah, drop ke last place tadi.
50 from 32 dah. Kita slowly kita panjat lah.
Alright.
Kereta okey tak? Speed dia, aero dia semua okey.
Kereta tak ada damage tapi rasa speed kurang lah. Top speed.
Depan tu ada damage sikit.
Ada? Oh, okay.
Tengoklah repair dia berapa lama.
Itu lah. Steering okay, tak ada sangat apa. Okay, dah keluar.
Okay bro.
Tengok ada repair tak? Sorry? Tak boleh. Oh, ada repair, patut slow.
Bro, nak skip repair tak?
Go je lah. Cuma top speed kurang 10 km kot. Handling semua okey lah. Tapi kalau nak tunggu lama ke? Kalau under 1 minute, repair je lah.
cuma share kat aku sini ID dia. Aku tak tahu tahu dari mana dia.
Okay, so I wait for 8-minute repair, then I will drive.
Better switch off engine.
Dah. On.
Okay, aku rehat sekejap. Pulak have fun.
Alright.
Bye. Okay, I went offline sekejap tadi. Oh, Dominic Ang sudah masuk. Okay, good. 129. Let's see his laps. What he's doing. Being led by trainer. He's currently 4th in class. Catch up. Let's see his gap to the one lap gap from the class leader. race leader running LMP1 has ran 68 laps, while we are in lap 57, 58. Leaders are driving. The leader for this class, GTE class, is driving a Ferrari 488. To him, Marcos Furriu. He is leading the class for this race, GTE class. Next after him, with a 1 minute and 26-second gap, is Chad Simpson. Chad Simpson from US, from the States, United States. It's followed by Tom Hagen, driving a Porsche 911 RSR. Followed by Brock Trainer and M8. In fifth in GT class is Yuki Furuya. They're all gapped within 1 to 2 minutes of each other. No, actually between them are quite close. Less than 20 seconds, less than 10 second gap. Then we go to Dinam. There's a fight for 8. Battle for 8. Go back to Dominic. Running not enough to gain time to P15 yet. The stream for you guys to see later. So Dominic just lost it there. He lost control, but nothing major happened, and he lost I think around 6 to 7 seconds there. He's trying to follow the Quino. Let's see what happened just now. There we go. We went off track. Let's rewind a bit. He was trying to push his car following the Quino, but he failed to control, going sideways there and off track. Fortunately, he saved the car. Hope there's not much time lost there. Continue on to live. Yeah, he lost around 10 seconds there. They're all way faster than Dominic, around 6 to 7 seconds faster per lap, but unfortunately he misjudged his brakes. So let's see what happened back there. Was it a forced error? Let's see. Yeah, he locked his brakes there. He managed to maintain his path. I think he went off track. See, oh my. Never mind that, my replays are so over to back to Dominic. Lose around 6 seconds here also due to that off-track incident. Yeah, he lost around 6 seconds. Definitely something wrong with the grip here. Let's Go on board him. He goes sideways again. Oh no. Careful, Dominic. I think he didn't lose his position there. If something's definitely wrong with the car. Rewind a bit. What happened? How did he lose his grip there? Coming into the corner a bit too fast, maybe. He's trying to catch up, make up the time lost. Yeah, and then he just definitely lost it there. That's quite unfortunate for him. Let's hope he finishes this lap with minimum time loss. Challenge for them. But quite sad to see these last 3 laps with all the incidents happening to Dominic. Failed to control the car. try to monitor Team B. My replays are. Let's just skip that. So the group leader is driving a smart car here. It's doing an average of 354, 55, 53, so even. It's new best time just now, so that's 66. Company car crashed. Oh my goodness. Wait, let's rewind what happened here. Oh my. Lap 66. Let's see where he is right now. He's gone into the pits. I want to see what happens. Something happened here. Let's forward a bit more. Yes, it's earlier crash. Oh man, I can't see the replay lah. So now Ilham has gone in the car. So Dominic has been replaced by Ilham for the, I think the 7th stint already, 6 or 7th. Oh no, we lost the spot. Come on. Where's Ilham? It's ready. kasih. Oh, we went off track. Currently 14 laps behind the race leader in LMP1. Hope Ilham can get some 356 or 354s. Net code there, a bit of a net code. up with the. And yes, he's done the overtake. He's 14th place. Good job, good job. He overtakes back. Good move there. See the intervals back. And he undercuts Team Milo. I don't think so. Team Milo's is now. It's almost halfway there. Team Milo is still in the pits. 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, they're on pit exit. Shouldn't be that quite of a gap. Car number 7. Good 3:56. A good time, one of the best times for this car. He's a minute and 45 seconds behind Team Milo. Getting a bit dark. We've been streaming for over 5 hours now. Behind Ilham, look back. Its number is 14. Let's add him to the map. It's quite near him. Ilham, better watch out. No, sorry. Yeah, 3 seconds behind Ilham. Ilham better not do any mistakes here. It's getting quite dark. Let's go on board with Ilham. Yes, sunset. volans. First time was 352, and get to SRE is around 2 laps difference. It's getting a bit dark. It's 7:47 currently in the sim. Ambient temp is right now it's 25 Celsius and the track temps are 26. Pretty good for pushing a bit to early 350s, maybe 354 for Ilham. When it gets dark, we'll be offline for a few hours and maybe continue on in the till midnight until the race finish. And we will continue on after say around 2 a.m. 3. Thank you for you guys for watching. I've run the stream for almost 6 hours now. Our commentator has gone to work into Formula, Matthew of into Formula. Thank you for covering the race start this morning. It's a very gloomy day in Malaysia, Putrajaya especially. The rain has stopped. Oh, did he hit the pole? What's his intervals to next? Minute and 26 for him to catch up to Timilo. Okay guys, it's time for me to go offline. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for a second part of this live stream. We will be covering towards the end of the race. And please share this restart. You can watch over after stop, or you can also go and watch the higher quality of the stream in YouTube. Search Adrenaline Impact and please subscribe. Thank you very much guys. See you soon.